Dear distinguished guests, members of ICARUS, scholars, researchers, university professors, and archivists from all around the world, both present here and joining us remotely, welcome to the Venice State Archive and to the 35th Convention of ICARUS. It's my great honor to welcome you. We are truly delighted and deeply honored to host this important gathering, marking not only the convention itself, but also our institution debut within the ICARUS network. When we consider how best, with my colleague Paola Benussi, how to best enter this vibrant international community and to foster meaningful connections, we felt that hosting one of the biannual conventions would be the most fitting way to meet one another, to exchange experiences, and to start building enduring relationships. Before we begin, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to all of those who make this event possible. First and foremost, to the staff of the Archivio di Stato di Venezia for their extraordinary commitment and generosity in preparing and hosting this convention. And in particular, my warm thanks to Monica Del Rio and Federico Diamanti, and to all our colleagues, each of whom has contributed in countless ways with dedication, professionalism, and enthusiasm. My sincere gratitude also goes to ICARUS, and especially to its director, Birgit Kibal, for her constant support, wise advice, and unwavering encouragement throughout the planning of this event. As we reflected on the theme of the convention, we found inspiration in the forma urbis of Venice, a city of connections, intersections, and flows. From that inspiration emerged our title, Bridging Centuries, Digital Pathway for Medieval Charters and Beyond. The image of a bridge speaks profoundly of Venice. For centuries, the city was a network of waterways, its life and movement unfolding entirely on water. Only in more recent years did bridges begin to transform this landscape, changing the city's rhythm, expanding its accessibility, and connecting even its most hidden corners. The bridge became not only a symbol of connection, but also a symbol of transformation, a passage between worlds, perspective, and times. It allowed Venice to reinvent itself, opening new routes and new ways of seeing. As we walk across one of Venice's bridges today, we might imagine how this evolution, from canals to crossings, mirrors our own work as archivists, linking what once was separate, building pathways between past and present, and extending connection far beyond their original limits. With this image in mind, we turn to our own documents and archives. We saw in them the reflection of a city and a world built on connections between centuries, between past and present, between present and future, but also between places, peoples, technologies, and experiences. In an age when digital transformation and global accessibility are reshaping the role of archives, Venice offered the perfect setting to reflect on how we connect across time, across disciplines, and across communities. It is my sincere hope that during this conference, you will chart new routes and build new relationships, allowing the magic of this city to inspire dialogue among scholars and archival professionals. And I encourage you all to engage actively, attend sessions, ask questions, share your experiences, and contribute to the collaborative spirit that defines ICARUS. In my role here today, I also bring greetings from the Italian Archival Administration and from the Direzione Generale Archivi, as well as from the Soprintendenza Archivistica and Bibliografica del Veneto e Trentino Alto Adige. I wish to extend a heartfelt greeting to the entire community of state archives, public archives, and private archives, all of which together contribute to the protection and enhancement of our shared archival heritage. In this spirit, I would like to highlight the parallel session scheduled for tomorrow, featuring a workshop dedicated to Monasterium and Matricola, an event that will be of particular interest to private and ecclesiastical archives. My warm thanks go to Professor Antonella Ambrosio for her active contribution and invaluable support in organizing that seminar. This collective effort reflects a common goal: to open archives to scholars and citizens alike, recognizing that archives are not only the foundation for research and historical study, but also a cornerstone for the conscious exercise of democratic rights and civic responsibility. By hosting this convention, the Archivio di Stato di Venezia wishes to open itself to the vibrant international dialogue that animates our profession, sharing its own experience, listen to the good practice developed by colleagues across the world, and offering both the Italian and local communities a space for exchange and growth. Let us make these days an opportunity to build bridges between centuries, between disciplines, and across borders. I wish you all a fruitful, inspiring conference. Welcome to Venice, and thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. So, dear friends, dear members of ICARUS, switch somewhere. Perhaps you can just switch it back, and then we can start once again. Oh, thank you. Okay. So, dear friends and dear colleagues all over Europe, all over ICARUS community, but also all over Italy. It's my pleasure and my pure joy and also honor to welcome all of you here in Venice, and not just in Venice, but here in this marvelous building of the State Archives of Venice, being the oldest archival institution here in Italy, as heard today, and our dear hosts, starting with Director of the State Archives, Mr. Andrea Erbosso, having us, the whole ICARUS community, here today. So our joint journey started not during the last month, but it started already the last autumn, when ICARUS community gathered in Portici, nearby Naples, and hosted by Musa Centrum, also University of Naples, and the ICARUS Italia. And my special thanks for preaching us already back then, last October, goes to Professor Antonella Ambrosio, our newly elected vice president. So thanks to her dedicated work and thanks to her good relationship and personal contacts here in Venice, and I would also highlight a good colleague of Antonella, Paola Bernussi, helping us here today and preparing this joint event such a great way. And then back in January this year, ICARUS members had a great opportunity to meet both Paola, Andrea, and your colleagues here in the heart of Venice to start the more thorough cooperation between ICARUS and State Archives of Venice, so that the first charters from your archives are now also the part of Monasterium, and there will be more of them, so that our vast public behind the portal of Monasterium will see the pure treasures coming from the State Archives of Venice. So, but ICARUS community, all of you are quite well already aware of what ICARUS is, but just to bringing up a couple of examples for those who perhaps are our new members or just the first-time participants here on this convention. So ICARUS as a community, as an organization, started already back in 2008. And by now we may say that we have been opening up the vast collections of medieval charters, but also the registers of birth, marriages, death, the church books in general during the last 17 years. And this has occurred in a very tight cooperation with many of our partner institutions, which we have by now around 200. And this has been a huge job for all of us. There are tens of thousands of archival records digitized by now and millions of images accessible via our portals and via our partners' digital solutions as well. And it is all happening because of a reliability and the trustworthiness of our network, but also thanks to several our partner organizations and projects helping to fund our activities. And now the key question that will be here in front of us during this convention, during the 2.5 days, is still here, how to make these vast collections understandable, not only for the researchers, but for the public in general, beginning with the youth and ending up with the elder enthusiasts, and how to inspire those who are interested in historical sources, historical facts, and historical stories, or going even further on, how to help people to find the sources they are looking for. Indeed, the machines and AI can help us to solve some easy puzzles, but for many deep questions, I'm sure we are still needing the help of archivists, conservators, historians, and all the LAM sector professionals. The last year's autumn convention in Portici, I referred to one Estonian poem called Discovering the World, and its starting rose as all people were born by the blue sea. But here in Venice, I would love to turn to one of my childhood heroes, Marco Polo. And back in the very early 1980s, being a 6-7-year-old girl, I didn't know actually anything about Venice, even if my mom was geographer. But I had looked at the historical maps found in one of the German book over Marco Polo's travels. And the maps illustrated the inspiring pictures. And these pictures back there in this travel book of Marco Polo touched me deeply. And I think it was purely a romantic history that offered an inspiration and admired me as many more among us to continue with discovering the world. And now for this convention, I'm hoping to discover the world once again together with you and bridge the centuries here in Venice over the coming 3 days. But very finally, I'm heartily thankful for the organizers, for the supporters of the event, starting from the Minister of Culture of Italy, the Directorate General of the Archives in Italy, and most of all, the State Archives of Venice and the ICARUS Italia. And as said, my personal thank goes to Andrea Orboso and Paola Benussi from the Venice team, and to Antonella Ambrosi and Maria Rosaria Falcone from ICARUS Italia team. Grazie mille per il tuo gentile aiuto e supporto. Thank you.
So let's start with the convention. And I think we have a problem with the first, it's not connected yet. We check a bit, is in Hungary, so. Okay.
shorter.
But still 10 minutes.
You can give me in a minute.
You send the link again to the.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Here. Perfect. Hello, Isvan.
Hello.
So we start with session 1 of the convention, which is dedicated to the title Bridging Centuries. We selected some contribution that highlights some of the most various aspects of this title of the convention. And we start with István Egedus of the National Archives of Hungary. He is the head of Digital Content Development Department of the archives, and he is involved in public collection digitization strategy and studied the role of AI and digital and machine learning applied to the archives. His intervention has this very interesting title, From Ink to Algorithm, European Archival Pathways Connecting AI and Writing Recognition and Ancestral Researches. I leave the floor for István.
Thank you so much. Can everyone hear me loud and clear?
Perfect.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon for everyone. And it is truly a great honor to start this wonderful conference. Unfortunately, I cannot be there in person. So my presentation offers a comprehensive overview of the remarkable AI and machine learning initiatives transforming the European archives, not just the archival sector, of course, but the whole GLAM sector over the past 3 to 4 years. Rather than introducing a single new project, I want to share the landscape of innovation emerging from archives themselves, often developed through public-private partnerships that are, I think, revolutionizing how we process archival materials, audiovisual sources, and historical collections. Despite this quite an immersive progress, we face, I think, the whole sector, not just here, we at the National Archives of Hungary, significant challenges. Parallel work is being conducted across Europe, even among EU-funded projects, with limited coordination. In today's financially constrained environment, this fragmentation is against efficient collaboration. And I think we need a shared, transparent platform to coordinate these efforts, something I think the ICARUS community could provide an excellent foundation for. Today, I will focus specifically on AI and machine learning technologies that enhance public services and process textual and also audiovisual materials. And I will share some insights from the 2 workshops we organized at the National Archives of Hungary over the past 2 years and examine the most prominent and complex projects while they are shaping our field nowadays. The first one will be the well-known Linklips project, represents from Denmark, represents one of the most ambitious initiatives in digital archival research. This Danish project aims to extend registry-based research from decades to centuries, specifically covering 1787 to 1968, the period before the Denmark's modern civil registration system. Their goal is quite extraordinary: to reconstruct the life stories and family connections of nearly everyone who lived in Denmark during this 181-year period. The project combines traditional historical research methods with deep learning and AI techniques, linking fragmented biographical data from censuses, parish registers, and burial records too. At its core, the linked list has developed a dynamic data structure that connects information about the same person across multiple sources and materials, both digitized and transcribed largely by volunteers working with the Danish National Archives and the Copenhagen City Archives. This framework provides researchers with customized data sets, opening entirely new possibilities for life course and multi-generational studies in history, health, and social science. The Swiss Federal Archives has developed also a comprehensive AI strategy organized into two categories, so-called mature projects, well-established projects, and of course, experimental developments. First, their handwritten text recognition project focuses on automated transcription of Swiss Federal Council minutes, making them fully searchable. What began as a pilot has evolved into routine institutional workflow in their institution. Second, the anonymization project uses AI to automatically identify and redact sensitive personal information, ensuring data protection compliance while, of course, significantly reducing manual workload. And thirdly, they are using AI-based multimedia retrieval applies artificial intelligence to index and to search visual and audio materials, including historical newsreels, enabling entirely new research possibilities. They also have some quite impressive experimental works with emerging challenges. For example, they just initiated and started a chatbot project aims to reduce staff workload while serving as some kind of digital gatekeeper to the archives. Based on retrieval augmented generation technology, it's designed with strong ethical safeguards, never exposing potentially protected personal data, only metadata from the archival fonts and sub-fonts. After the Switzerland, let's see Spain. The ICARUS project in Spain, led by the Computer Vision Center at Universitat Autónoma de Barcelona, aims to digitize, process, and interpret centuries of historical population documents through AI and citizen participation, which also I think is so important. Focusing on marriage licenses and census records, the project rests on 5 main pillars: the digitization and preservation, the text recognition, and the information extraction, the citizen participation through a kind of gamification tool, and database construction with quality control and science outreach through their visualization efforts. Their crowdsourcing tool, the gamification tool called Word Hunter, engages the public to validate and correct AI outputs. The project includes harmonization across formats, coding occupations using HISCO and high-class standards, and record linkage to build genealogical and social networks. Let's see the SOSFACE project from France, which represents an even larger scale initiative, digitizing and analyzing French census lists spanning from 1836 to 1936. This collaboration among demographers, archivists, computer scientists aims to extract hundreds of millions of individual records using the most advanced handwritten text recognition methods and solutions. Their scale is staggering, processing an estimated 30 million images dispersed across 100 departmental archives throughout France. The challenge includes century-long document variability, layouts, and content evolved continuously, with column orders changing and image quality varying widely. Methodological innovations include their own development, Sourceface Spider, which is a dedicated platform that aggregates images and metadata from diverse archival systems. Their deep learning approach uses a single full-page recognition model, handling both handwritten tables without prior segmentation, and of course plain text also. Integration with high-performance computing environments enables large-scale parallel processing for these several millions of images. And also Sourceface is building a foundation for transformative research on social mobility and historical demography, while making this heritage openly accessible. Let's see two main success stories of handwritten text recognition from the National Archives of Norway and the Netherlands. From Norway, they are handling and with the support recognizing handwritten text with the company named Teclia from France. And the Netherlands, they are using the Transcribus interface and platform for handwritten text recognition. The National Archives of Norway leverages AI across multiple fronts. Their HTR generates content and metadata for their digital archives, working on continuous text, forms, and tables. Their redaction project, however, automatically removes Norwegian national ID numbers from, for example, old property registers, shifting from OCR-based object detection, their recognition accuracy from boosted from 80% to 96%, eliminating, as they say, 15 hours of manual work weekly and reducing the user wait times to 0. They are also pioneering speech recognition applications for audio and video materials, and they are testing intensively the Whisper application of the OpenAI initiative. The National Archives of the Netherlands completed their first major Transcribus project from 2020 to 2021, targeting 3 million pages, and their focus was between the 17th and 18th century documents of the Dutch East India Company records. They released their Dutch handwriting model publicly, containing 1.5 million words for other Transcribus users. The impact was transformative. They say the user satisfaction is high, and researchers have had to revisit established conclusions due to sudden access to previously inaccessible sources. The Historical Archives of the European Parliament has also created an interactive AI dashboard, allowing users to chat directly with archival documents, asking about persons, events like the Maastricht Treaty, using large language model-based generative AI combined with retrieval augmented generation. The system processes and searches an index of more than 100,000 documents from 1952 to 1994. Thanks to the automated translation, their tool can support 55 languages, despite the original materials and documents being made in French. Let's see the National Archives of France, which has implemented several key projects, the well-known Humanis, the Lectaurep, and the latest Simara projects, which can automated indexing and give a full text search for several hundreds of thousands of pages. The Humanist project was focused on medieval royal chancery registers, while the Simara project converts handwritten finding aids into structured. Let's see the e-scriptorium platform, which can power many projects. eScriptorium is an open source platform developed at the Parisian Lettres University that has become foundational for many projects. First released in 2018 and funded partly by an EU Horizon project. The eScriptorium can provide manuals or automated segmentation and text recognition for historical manuscripts and printed documents. They are built on a free OCR engine and can handle both handwritten and printed texts, including scripts like Hebrew or Arabic. Its workflow involves segmentation to detect text regions and lines, followed by transcriptions, and their models can be trained using manually corrected examples and can be easily shared and reused across institutions. This open source approach exemplifies how collaborative development can provide powerful tools and accessibles to archives of all sizes. As you may see, I wouldn't like to share many details. However, the National Archives of Hungary is involving and developing its own platform for handwritten text recognition, focused on civil registers from 1895 to 1980. But you may have heard many other presentations about this subject from my colleagues Csaba Reisz or Zoltán Szatucsek. So in the end, I would like to conclude. I think it is evident that only a limited number of institutions currently have the financial and the technical capacity to support large-scale automated processing of digitized archival materials. In many cases, even the essential foundation, sufficient high-quality metadata enriched digital content, is still missing. This highlights the critical importance of recognizing and learning from initiatives that share their outcomes publicly through open access platforms like GitHub and many other platforms. A more strategic and coordinated digitization policy across institutions is crucial, and I think cross-border collaboration through ICARUS and many other initiatives on similar archival materials can make it easier to secure funding and avoid duplication of the efforts. We can just see the success story of the Monasterium platform, for example. While digitization has progressed significantly, the volume of digital copies available remains far below what we needed for effective AI-based processing, which requires data at a scale of hundreds of millions of records. Importantly, implementing open access tools does not always require AI engineers. With basic IT knowledge and local technical support, institutions can begin experimenting and applying these solutions today. The key message, I think it's simple but vital. Progress begins with a small practical step and steps. And the first step is to start. The technology exists. The tools are increasingly accessible from months to months. What we need now is a bit more coordination, knowledge sharing, and of course, the courage to begin. And right now, I would like to thank you for your attention, and I welcome your questions and look forward to the discussions. Thank you so much.
Sorry. Thank you, Istvan, for your overview on the project involving automatic transcription all around Europe. And I think that some question will be available for you at the end of the first row of contributions. I call now to the floor Zarko Vujevic, which is a well-known member of ICARUS, professor in the Belgrade University and also in the Graz University. He is one of the first contact we had with ICARUS, so I'm very happy to welcome here again here in Venice. His contribution is about a project on diplomatics, and which is his specialty, especially the study of Balkanic documents. So I think that it will be very interesting to know how diplomatics can be studied and promoted in a digital way.
So thank you, Andrea, for this kind introduction. Let me find my presentation. Okay. Yeah. Thank you once more for your kind introduction. Dear colleagues, it's a pleasure and honor to be here with you. I have to thank once more to dear colleagues from Venice for hosting our convention, and of course for accepting my paper, which deals with a project running in Graz since 1 year, and it should be 1 year more, about medieval Serbian charters. So there is an acronym MESECA, Medieval Serbian Charters Action, and in the title you see it is about digital edition or making digital edition of the royal charters of medieval Serbia. Maybe I should explain a bit this 24 MESECA. MESECA is clear, is an acronym, Medieval Serbian Charters Action, but MESECA means in Serbian months, in plural. So, and I realized only later that I should add this 24 because it's the project duration time of 24 months. So we have 24 MESECA to I don't think to finish it, but to make a big part of this material, process it in digital way and prepared for a digital edition. So this action means making a digital edition in sense of digital annotating of metadata and charter texts using text encoding initiative, TI, as an existing schema for document features, and additional vocabulaire international de diplomatique for diplomatic concepts, which are often missing in this very general schema of the text encoding initiative. And later on, I will show you some examples and how does it work. Firstly, I would like very briefly to introduce this corpus of royal charters of medieval Serbia. These royal charters means, in fact, documents, so including also letters, which are issued by secular, if you want, so state and ecclesiastical authorities. Medieval Serbia, what does it mean? So not only documents which are preserved in nowadays Serbia or written in Serbian language, but issued by Serbian actors, and those are rulers, regional lords, and ecclesiastic dignitaries between the end of the 12th and the mid of the 15th century. So preserved documents begin with late 12th century. The oldest item is issued in 1186. I will show you later. And overall, there are about 600 legal acts or diplomatic units, which are theoretically preserved in one or more copies. So you can always have original and one or more copies, or even forgeries or interpolated documents. So we count with 600 diplomatic units preserved in about 1,500 written artifacts or diplomatic items, as we call it within our projects. Of those 600, about 330 are issued by rulers of highest rank from the dynasties, Serbian medieval dynasties of Nemanjić, Lazarević, and Branković, and the rest is issued by regional lords, church dignitaries, and also some issuers of lesser rank, including those ones being in South Hungary after the Ottoman conquest of medieval Serbia in 1459. Structure and features of the documents by type, they are divided in charters and letters. So charters are much more, of course. By addressees, most of them, almost half, was issued to monasteries, churches, bishoprics, clerics. Of course, those institutions had better circumstances to preserve them. Foreign cities or communes, about 40%, 35% of overall corpus is from Dubrovnik or Ragusa. The rest of cities are mostly, including also Venice, but mostly Hungarian cities, and only 15% is preserved issued to the laymen of different status. And as you can see, not all of them are written in Serbian language. There are also 20% in Greek and Latin, of course, depending on addressees. For example, to Venice, the correspondence with Venice was in Latin language. And interestingly, by places of preservation. So nowadays you can see that the corpus is very dispersed all around Europe. For example, also 30 units in Venice, but they are already processed. I think since 10 years they are already on Monasterium and of course edited. And I have to mention here my dear colleague from Belgrade, Nebojša Porčić, who is responsible for these maritime addresses, including Venice, who already edited all those 30 charters. But as you can see, I highlighted it in Serbia and Montenegro, there is only about 5% of the whole corpus preserved now. Montenegro is here included because it belonged to Serbia. It was part of Serbia to that times. The oldest charters are presented here. So here to the left is the oldest charter issued to Dubrovnik by Grand Župan Prince, let's say, Stefan Nemanja of Serbia in 1886. As you can see here, the text is in Latin and the subscription of the issuer in Cyrillic Serbian letters. Later on, the correspondence with Dubrovnik was in Serbian because it was very vivid, and Dubrovnik has had its scriber for Serbian language. And here you can see the oldest charter issued to a monastery. It is the monastery Hilandar on Athos, endowment of the Nemanjić dynasty. Unfortunately, this charter gone lost during the First World War, but we have still an old photo being kept at the Serbian Academy of Sciences and Arts. Here some other examples of charters written in other languages, in Greek, issued to another Atonit monastery by Stefan Dušan, or some letters issued in Latin to Hungarian communities. There are also very heavy damaged charters. For example, this one kept in Cetinje in Montenegro, which was processed digitally with certain programs. I cannot tell you which, but not because of it is secret, like it's not so very well common to me, but by my dear colleagues in Graz at the project, working on the project DIDIP. This was done by Angelos Nicolaou, helping, so you can only believe me, helping to see some letters better than in the other photo. So now briefly about the project background. Of course, there is a certain history of this project based on the so-called Diplomatarium Serbicum Digitale, which is the database established in 2015 at the Serbian Academy of Sciences and Arts. And since 10 years, my colleagues from Belgrade and me were working on gathering documents, systematizing them, editing them, making commentaries, etc. And today there is a beta version of an SQL database at the Audiovisual Archives and Center for Digitization of the Serbian Academy of Sciences. But the matter of the project Meseca is to turn it all to a digital edition. But firstly, I have to say how we did it all in frames of this database. We followed principles of classic printed editions. So this database contains not only edited texts and images, but also diplomatic analysis, bibliography, explained editorial methods, etc. And every charter, every unit is explained or presented through those 35 headings. Of course, I don't want to go through all of them now, but only for you to have an impression that we tried to gather all features, all information about every single copy to present it within this database. This looks like, this beta version looks like here, I don't know if it is clear, but there are some possibilities for searching. And if you pick up one charter, you get here metadata and images, and of course texts. And if there are more images, you can access all of them. So as it is, it has an additional value for the research, of course, because it's a complete diplomatic corpus covered. There is something to gain in sense of working economy, let's say. And with help of this overall view, we can establish
Very
general.
my friend, man. Wait, do you recognize them?
There
Yeah.
are some delighted persons with this presentation. Yeah,
Some,
okay.
Serbian charters.
Yeah, great. Huh?
Look at them.
The
course you
Serbian
were.
charter is so funny for some people.
You can see the presentation.
Okay. You mean the people who are online cannot see this? No?
Let's see. Yes.
There are many lost Serbian charters, but some of them I can show. Try again.
Yes.
No? No. Okay. Function, no?
Yes.
Should I try with mouse?
We try to get another
Okay.
different screen. Maybe this one.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, it works.
Okay, it works. It works again. Thank you, Andrea. Thank you for your patience. So this database, as I said, as it is, has some additional value for the research, but same research results are basically possible also without using information technologies, mostly because of the fact that the corpus of documents is relatively small. Of course, we are dealing with several hundreds of documents, not as our Venetian colleagues would deal with thousands of or 10,000s of. But it doesn't mean that a digital edition wouldn't make sense. And I will try to show you how we did this digital turn. So to transform Diplomatarium Serbicum Digitale to Meseca. As I said, DSD, Diplomatarium Serbicum Digitale, is an interpretative reproduction of historical documents, but this is still not a digital edition. What do we need for this digital edition is done currently in Graz at the Department of Digital Humanities. We try to transfer the Diplomatarium Serbicum Digitale contents or those headings I showed you into XML, so to annotate them in frames of XML header, and to make markup of the texts themselves. In terms of publication and long-term archiving, we should still consider some possibilities, but the first steps are transferring contents into XML. And that it is done by a project team. Of course, it's not one-man show, and I told you already in the background and in the history, there is 10 years of research. But now in Graz, I have to thank to Georg Vogeler, who is the project supervisor, and Thea Schaaf, who is also here, my dear project employee, and of course myself acting or having a pleasure to act as a project coordinator. So what we actually do, we make annotations using standard text encoding initiative schema, as said, enhancing it with the concepts of vocabulaire international diplomatique. I will show you also why. There are some examples how we annotate the structure of documents using these very general TI elements, but since Vocabulaire International Diplomatique is also not complete, you can also always add some features. For example, from the perspective of Southeast European diplomatics, let's say Byzantine, there are some concepts missing, like logos formula or menologium, or some details which are characteristic for Byzantine chancery. So parallel with using text encoding initiative and vocabulaire, we are also trying to improve Vocabulaire International Diplomatique. And it is like this. Where is now this? I will try to show you with this mouse. For example, those are metadata annotated with XML, and in most cases, text encoding initiative gives proper solutions. For example, where is the item kept? But if it is not the case, for example, for document tradition, we use element filiation, and then Vocabulaire International Diplomatique entry 24. This is document tradition, if it is original, if it is copy, if it is forgery, and we link it, of course, with Vocabulaire International Diplomatique online version. There are also cases where vocabulaire is missing some concepts. For example, in terms of script, we have here annotated that the script is Cyrillic, but the style is in this case uncial script or capital script, which is not given by TI, so we have to make our own concept, which we named style. Here is the example how we annotate the text itself, giving this Vocabulaire International Diplomatique entries to annotate characteristic diplomatic elements in document structure. This is, for example, 196 is arenga, for example, 187 is, for example, intitulatio, and so on. Here are some more slides where I tried to explain it in detail, but maybe I should go on, and if there will be some questions or afterwards we can discuss it. Finally, I would like to show you the preliminary version of our interface of the project today. There is a list of all documents, of course, including a possibility to search it as contents within a register. This is the presentation of metadata, and this is the presentation of annotated texts, which elements could be highlighted by specific features we annotated, persons, places, institutions, and they are also linked to the register. And of course, we annotate, as mentioned, the document structure with all those parts we know as concepts of diplomatics, as arenga, intitulatio, sanctio, and so on. So that's basically the presentation of this project. It should last one more year in Graz. Let's see what will be the result. The idea is to transfer all of this data into a solid XML dataset, which is then possible to be published within different interface possibilities. For example, now this preliminary version is an exist. The Institute in Graz has its own digital infrastructure called GAMS, Geisteswissenschaftliches Asset Management System, and we will see if it will be possible to publish it within this interface or something other. But you will get informed by one of the next ICARUS conventions. So thank you very much for your attention. If you have some questions or comments or remarks, I will be happy and try to answer them. Okay.
Thank you, Zarko, for this very interesting presentation. We saw some interesting documents. I have to ask you something later. And it was very interesting to hear that when you approach the problem of publishing documents online, you the same problem that we all found. For example, the use of controlled vocabulary to translate the terms that we use to use in Latin, for example. But if we want to use the digital way, we need to make an effort to go on to spread wider our knowledge. So use the language of everyone, and also the language that a computer can automatically translate, for example. So it's very important that you underline this methodology for doing that. It's a problem that we also had in our experience. So it's important to share good practices such as the use of the vocabularies. But I think that we can speak at the end of the session. And now we go on with Caroline Maximov. She's here, just in front of me. Okay. Also, Caroline is one of the faces of ICARUS, okay, with his important role of coordination. And she's also part of the Time Machine initiative. So it's a very well-known scholar for our studies. She will talk about a specific project, the 3D Big Data Space, which is involved in Time Machine organization. And so she will explain us something about a wider point of view, the European point of view. Thank you.
Okay, you can help me with that. Yeah, presentation should be on the desk.
Is there a line now?
One, yeah.
So.
Yeah. Presentation. Yeah, okay. Okay, we're a bit too far ahead. Oh no. Okay. Ooh. Okay, sorry for the sound. So, yeah, that looks good. Very warm welcome from my side. Happy to be here in Venice. It's a beautiful day, and it's nice to see that for once we are a bit ahead of the schedule. As something that doesn't happen too often. So, but that gives me maybe a bit more time to elaborate about the project I would like to present to you. So 3D Big Data Space, a very nice name for a project that is leading us a bit towards another sphere, going from 2D to 3D. The project I would like to present to you today is a European initiative co-funded under the Digital Europe program. The name 3D Big Data Space already hints at what the project is aiming at, to enlarge and improve the amount and accessibility of high quality 3D data sets in the common European data space. It's a 1.5-year project, and we are now at the middle of the project duration. Project partners, apart from Time Machine Organization, who is the leader, the coordinator of this project, are a group of research institutions, cultural institutions, networks, also SMEs, and of course Europeana as one of the main actors behind the European data space. I know some of you know the Time Machine Organization, but just to quickly introduce it, Time Machine Organization is an international network of institutions dealing or trying to promote the accessibility and further moving of the big data of the past. So to unravel the historic data that's be made available online and to further enhance the use and reuse of this data. Just a second. Yeah. What is the Common European Data Space? This initiative is one of several thematic data spaces that are currently set up by the European Union, and meaning to be a digital ecosystem for, in this case, all the things that have to do with cultural heritage, trying to bring together different assets like images, 3D models, text, videos, whatever has to do with our cultural heritage, and encourage the collaboration between the different cultural institutions, researchers, and the creative industries that all bundles together in this data space, and to promote the digital preservation and also the reuse of the content that's available. The whole data space for cultural heritage builds upon Europeana, a long-standing EU digital platform for cultural heritage, and it expands a bit more into a more advanced, interoperable data space as part of this of the European data strategy. Our project 3D Big Data Space now is one of several projects contributing to the advancement of this of the data space by supporting the aggregation of 3D content into European and into the data space. What's the ambition behind this project? As I said, the main focus is on 3D data. So first of all, it was to see how much available 3D models are there, and then to find a way to bring it into the data space. So we set our goal to 50,000 or more, preferably more 3D models to go into the data space. Furthermore, to enable to try out different ways for storage and long-term preservation of 3D data, to test data enrichment pipelines to enhance data and metadata connected to these 3D models, enabling a Europe-wide access tool, so to see what can be done with the 3D models, to test different viewers and 3D and augmented reality enhanced viewers. Then to demonstrate what can be done with 3D models in different domains, and finally also, of course, share what we learned from from these different tools and so on in a capacity building program. As we are now at the half time of the project, we can already look back on a certain amount of progress we made. So, okay, the progress is, we have, when we look at the amount of 3D models that were already identified by the colleagues mostly at the universities, we have already more than 50,000, namely 75,000 3D models already worked and processed into, or more or less finished to integrate into the data space. For the storage solution, we tried out Zenodo, which is the open access repository hosted by CERN, the CERN Institute in Geneva, and currently tested with running with 130,000 data sets of connected to 3D data. So that's it's maybe not the solution, but it's a solution for 3D storage of 3D data on a European level. From the data enrichment pipeline, so to enrich the data that goes with the already available 3D content, there have been identification of different available data sets and testing different rendering systems and automated translation and georeferencing on different levels. The enhancement and trying out of different tools, we already have 9 different 3D viewers available because, as you know, the consortium is made of different companies and universities, each of them having their own 3D viewer examples, and we're trying to get them all to work together. So we're working already with 71,000 3D models in these different viewer options. I will show you examples for these viewers later on. What maybe is more interesting, the demonstration of the reuse scenarios. We have picked out a few potential use cases for dealing with 3D data. And that will be the 4D exploration of historical city data. That's something that's very close to the heart of Time Machine organization, as it is, for example, I'll show you later, whatever, show you later. For cultural tourism, we have an example where we have pilgrimage routes enhanced also with augmented reality assets, and also trying to go into a more capacity building thing, the educational approach in a museum. Going to the capacity building, we can already say that we had one summer school that was held in Austria, a 6-day-long experience, really hands-on workshop where we did laser scanning and different procedures to capture heritage at risk. I will show that later as well. We have self-paced courses on the Europeana Academy platform to show them the use of the different pipelines to get your 3D data into the data space, and online and physical workshops in the Hunt Museum. Those are these 3 educational uses. Here you've got an example for the 3D viewer that's based helped by the University of Jena and in cooperation with Time Machine organization. Here you see some examples of the 3D objects that are already in this repository. I won't go into detail with these viewer engines that are named here because I don't know any of them, but let me say that's the ones that we're working with, and there's still more to come. So there's a few options to try out. Then going to the visualization of the content, there's also have different pathways to explore on smartphone browsers. It's on desktop browsers. This, for example, the desktop browser thing is, for example, this 4D interactive map. That's Dresden, the city of Dresden, where you can simulate the different time frames and so on. And so that's the one of the Time Machine, close to the Time Machine projects. So the output for different use cases here shown quickly. What's also very, very special and very interesting is to use 3D data in connection with the cultural roots. So we have a connection to, as a partner institution, University of Vigo, and they already in a previous project came up with an interactive app to follow pilgrimage routes. And we now managed to enhance the whole thing a bit more with more interactive features. Have augmented reality visualizations of past thing, storytelling elements, and so on. So to really accompany your pilgrimage on different routes, not just the Camino de Santiago, but also the Via Romea, and to accompany that with storytelling elements and 3D visualizations and so on. So there's very interesting things going on in that direction. On the capacity building side, so how to make use of the knowledge within the consortium and share it with the general public. We had one summer school in connection with ICARUS Austria and SIPA Heritage. Things that was in Heiligenkreuz in Lower Austria. You see the two upper images are taken from this event earlier this year. We had a lot of 25 students attending this workshop and learning and jointly learning how to document this heritage at risk, because that's an old Baroque castle in Lower Austria that's decaying more and more because due to non-usage of the whole thing. We will have a second summer school that's planned for next year. Details will be reached soon. Then also self-steered learning material is provided on the Europeana Academy platform. We have one course now online for 4D tools for end users. So to how to integrate 4D model, the system that we have in developed by the FSU, the University of Vienna, to showcase how this could work for if you want to build a 4D map of your city, of a cityscape. And the currently running and still ongoing are courses given or headed by the Hunt Museum in Ireland. This is also very interesting, I think personally interesting, because it touches upon a new aspect of the inclusiveness of 3D data, because with 3D models, of course, you have this tactile version. So this course is dealing now with inclusiveness, how to teach people to work with 3D models, and also to get a bit more feedback behind it. So this is a cooperation with the Digital Repository of Ireland, and they also provide insights in the metadata standards, licensing, and so on. So that's the more administrative side. So the first workshop has been conducted in October, and the next one I think is end of November, which is online. The first one was in Hunt Museum. The other ones are going to be online, so they can be followed by anyone. So I copied the link to the sessions here, so when we share the information, we can feel free to join these workshops. We, as part of this is a co-funded project, and when planning these projects, we knew that the Time Machine organization has a lot of members that are also called the local time machines. Yeah, we have local time machine projects, initiatives, whatever, dealing with different aspects of big data of the past, and connected to localities. And within this pool of members and local time machine projects, we reserved a bit of our own funding to be spread out as part of these synergy grants. So we have a first grant given out within the frame of the 3D Big Data Space to two projects that I will show you later for providing their data sets. They had the call was going out to projects that already have 3D data, and then we were trying to get them or to help them to ingest their data into the data space. The call was very successful, I would say. We had 40 submissions, and we were just able to select 2 of them. We still have ongoing cooperation with the other submissions to see what we can do for them. But the 2 winners of these grants, on the one hand, is our Spanish colleagues, the Universidad of Santiago de Compostela, because they had a running project about a lost city, a lost village, the Porto Marí. That was a medieval village that was submerged due to the building of a dam. And the whole population was relocated, but very silently. And they managed a digital reconstruction of the whole village, thanks to photographs, archival photographs, and oral testimonies from the people that lived in this village. So you see here the 3D reconstruction of this non-existent anymore village. So within the support of the 3D Big Data Space project, we can now help them to integrate their data into the data space for further reuse and enhanced outreach. The second project we supported is Torino 1911, the World Fair. This was a very interesting project where they managed to also digitally reconstruct the World Fair in Turin 1911. So the different pavilions that were built back then, they were reconstructed and also put into position where they are. So you see now also the reference to the map, the underlying map, and so on, using the state-of-the-art technologies. And also for this project, we also support their integration into the data space. And so we had the data synergy grant, and now we also currently have running our outreach synergy grant. So, and now we were calling for as I've shown before, there are certain 3D applications, 3D viewers that are already developed within the consortium of the projects, and we are now looking for projects, for initiatives to make use of these tools, to try and make use of these tools to design and develop engaging public applications. So because this call is based on, so you have to know the different tools that are available. We are holding an online Q&A session next Monday. So it's Monday at noon. But you can go to the Time Machine Organization website or our 3D Big Data Space website to see the details of this online Q&A session. Because of course it's important to know if you want to apply for this grant, to see what tools we're talking about and how you could maybe contribute to that. Okay. I was just saying, maybe probably that was the last slide to just invite you if there's any. I know it's not a topic for archives, maybe 3D data, but still it might be interesting for the community though. So let's see if I missed anything. Otherwise, I would be done here. Also earlier than planned, but no one will complain, I hope. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Caroline. Your timing was perfect. And Also, your presentation was very interesting because it's a very current topic, the study and preservation of 3D object, really the real object, not only the representation, because, for example, our colleagues in Rome are starting to identify objects inside the archives, because it's a very interesting topic of research, and also to expand the problems of archival description. And also, we don't have to forget that also the charter is a 3D object. we always forget that it's an object which is a 3D dimension, which was rolled up, for example, and that means a lot for people who study documents. So even the traditional archival item can be involved in a 3D project. So we have some minutes before the coffee break to discuss this first part of the session. So if there are any questions for our relators.
Thank you. One question for my dear colleague Žarko, dealing with the erudition of Bergen documents. So a couple of them already represented Monasterium. Will there be any to upload after the end of the project? So new additional numbers?
Yes, I suppose we should do this, especially if we will be able to prepare a XML annotation, because it could be transferred to Monasterium more easily. Of course, our database or digital edition applies to, let's say, all charters issued by Serbian actors and is not related to archival origin or archival cause or archival origin. And in Monasterium we made several such collections, but I think we will be able to do this also future, which depends mostly on ability or if you obtain allowance to publish images. And that's the most important question in that sense, is if we are allowed or will be allowed to publish images from Athos, which is up to now impossible or not allowed to publish them, especially online. That would be, of course, the most important collection or the biggest contribution from our side to Monasterium, but we cannot promise this. We can, of course, provide document analysis, metadata, edited texts, but images, I'm afraid that we have to wait some more, hopefully only years.
Thank you for Mesica. Other 24 Mesica, even more.
Question for Florina. In the 3D projects and developments, how do you see the role of archives? And there is one is giving data points to reconstruct things, but do you already have 3D models of archival objects?
Because I'm not involved in the data aggregation, but what I see, we mostly have architectural objects, so houses and everything and archaeological
archaeological data. We have some, yeah, you've seen it on one of the slides, the shards of things and so on. So things that, yeah, were digitized in 3D. And yeah, so up to now, I don't think that we have any archival input from archives. Yeah, yeah. Could be interesting though. So also a reason why I talked to you today. So think about it and see if there's anything you have in store. Okay, very good, very nice.
I have a question for Istvan, if he's still connected with us.
I'm here listening.
Perfect. I just a moment because the room doesn't see you. Okay. You correctly underlined that the most of the projects which involves automatic reading are concerning contemporary documents because they are more readable and they contain a lot of serial information such as the census one, the French project, or the project about genealogic research, obviously. And for example, also Italian archives are entering in this topic because all the 102 archives, state archives in Italy, are now entering in the Transcribus project, collecting the finding aids. So working on the archival production, the description, heritage of the archives, and because they're probably easier to produce results in short time. I ask you, in your experience, it's better to collect a lot of data altogether about the same topic and have a highly performance tool, or to start with small projects, for example, in connected to different part of the heritage. Because, for example, I tell you, in our specific case, there is a lot of interest in medieval and modern age documents, and not a lot of interest for the scholars, I say, about our contemporary documents. So we should try to do something with the most ancient documents. But I ask you, because you have collect all of these projects, if it's a good way to proceed, or is it better to stay all together and collect a huge amount of data?
I think either way can be successful. That's for sure. But I think it is so crucial to of course digitize as many materials as possible. But if you would like to process several 100,000 of digital images, you will need an infrastructure for sure. Infrastructure, as you may know, costs a lot of money. So if you would like to process many materials, first you have to try to find sources and budget and put it together, maybe with a consortium, and you can apply and you can start working with a private contractor if you would like to process those files. Or if you have the vision and you have the time, you can start to build your own infrastructure, because that's for sure. In about 5 or 10 years, we will have many more materials to process, and it would be the way how we can publish and accelerate the research of our materials in many ways. We at the National Archives of Hungary decided to invest building our own infrastructure and workflow because we just easily calculated that in a short term we won't have the enough budget to, how to say, run and process 1 million images with a private company. right now we published approximately 40 million pages in our digital collection. However, we are holding currently 110 million digital images in our digital repositories, electronic repositories. So we will have to process a huge amount of materials in the next few years, and it seems that it will be the best solution for us. But for mid-sized institutions, for example, or little city archives with a few colleagues or a few number of staff, it would make sense to start with, of course, open access applications, or to just try to collaborate with other archives in their close range or region to be successful. So I think either way can be. You just have to plan for a long term in the beginning.
Thank you. As I said, we are a public institution, so we need to choose the right investment of time and of money.
Of course. Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question for István. You told us about your vast digital repository. How much of these digital holdings, are yet processed via handwritten text recognition? That's the second step you presented. What's the experiences in your archive?
So right now we published our first holdings processed by handwritten text recognition within the European Digital Treasures project. Many of you may know and was part of this consortium and the project. We published 200,000 pages of the 1828 tax census of Hungary with this processing, and a Spanish company called Transcriptorium was the one who done the job for us. And right now we are working to process the state civil registrations from 1895 to 1980, which will be, the digitization is in process right now, and we are planning to process 22 million images in the next few years. And we invested quite a good infrastructure this year with, as you may know, with H200 NVIDIA GPUs to process these images or part of the images within our institution. And during this year, we agreed computational institutions with the Hungarian Academy of Sciences to do the running, part of the running for us with their HPC capacities. So right now, our workflow is up and running, and the first publication with our own workflow will be published this month in the end of November in our digital collection or digital repository about the civil registries.
Thank you, Istvan. And
Thank you.
now we have a small coffee break to start the chatting between us. And at 5 o'clock, we continue with the speech of Dominique Stousman, who will be introduced by Professor Franz Fischer, because we are hosting here the seminar by the Venice Center for Digital and Public Humanities, which perfectly fit with our program. So now we can move to the registration room that the coffee is waiting for us, and then see you here at 5 o'clock. Okay. Thank you.
Michele? Non mi ricordo come si fa a fare la registrazione della schermata. Uno che si chiama De Minicis. Come si fa? Perché se metto l'app Zoom riunione non me la vede bene.
L'avevo fatto anch'io, non mi ricordo più come si fa quello. È stata.
No, questo è Zoom riunione, però non me la vede bene. Come si fa a registrare la schermata che la vedi stereotipata, stereoscopica?
Ah, no, allora non è cattura lo schermo.
Cattura schermo.
E fai col più delle fonti.
Cattura schermo.
Cattura schermo.
Ok.
Oppure potresti fare, anzi, aspetta.
Tutti in casa.
Eh?
Si vede qua, se no si vede tutto in casa. Pure
Allora,
quando
rimuovo.
usciamo, quando ci sono persone, quando non c'è nessuno.
Tutte le finestre, rimuovo. E c'è anche un altro modo. Cattura la finestra. Vediamo se
Metto il lavandino, eh?
metodo di
E tutti
acquisizione.
porchi di cioccolato, pare che sei asciutto ma la festa di carnevale.
Ecco,
Come hai fatto?
qua vedi il metodo di acquisizione. Vai
Mhm.
su Windows, devi selezionare Windows 10, poi tenere a fare Windows 10.
Ah, ok.
E così non catturi tutto, non catturi tutto lo schermo che vedi.
Recording in progress.
So I have a joy and honor to introduce, first of all, the professor of digital humanities here at the Ca' Foscari University of Venice, Franz Fischer. And Franz is our very good partner, and very many of us among ICARUS community know him from the times of the University of Cologne. Yes, so, but there has been a few chances recently to meet you in person. And now this ICARUS convention brought us here in Venice. So thanks to the very good cooperation between Ca' Foscari University and the State Archives of Venice and the ICARUS as the third party here. So, and we are also expecting the students from the Ca' Foscari University, and many of you are already here. So please, Franz, floor is yours to introduce the keynote speech and speaker.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very, very much, Birgit, so for this wonderful opportunity to go back to the roots. So in my case, to connect to my old days in Cologne and the early days of Monasterium.net. And thank you very much, Andrea Erboso, for making this possible so that we bring our students and can connect our center and Ca' Foscari to the most important place in Venice. So the archive here, so it's wonderful to be here and so to bring the students here. I'm very happy to see so many students and others are also online. So that's a wonderful occasion. I'm happy to see also so many old friends and colleagues. I welcome you all here on behalf of the Venice Center for Digital and Public Humanities. So this is part of our regular series of seminars in digital and public humanities organized by the Center for Digital and Public Humanities at Ca' Foscari University. And welcome everyone also who joins us from home or elsewhere from external online. So usually we also have a nice online attendance, this time with the infrastructure provided by the archive. So I don't know, will there be actually a recording of this lecture?
It's live stream.
It's live stream. Okay. So yeah. Okay. So when you're here, you are lucky to follow in a minute our keynote speaker. So today's speaker, Dominique Stutzmann, is a long-standing friend and member of the ICARUS community. He studied history at the University of Paris 1, Sorbonne, at the Grande École des Chartes and at the École Pratique des Hautes Études, EPHE, just PSL, where he was awarded his habilitation in 2021. He is Directeur de Recherche, so research professor with the CNRS, and honorary professor at the Humboldt University in Berlin. Dominique's works focuses on scribal cultures and religious communities of the Middle Ages and the implementation of computer vision for the study of medieval handwritings and texts. And both culminated in the two more recent research projects that he conducted, Home and Hore. He's going to talk also about these projects, I'm sure, among other things today. So the title of Dominique's presentation is Archival Studies and AI, Building New Communities of Knowledge for Medieval Documentary Heritage in the Digital Age. So the floor is yours. We will have a brief discussion afterwards, if you like, also from the people connected online. And yeah, we look forward to your presentation.
Thank you, Franz, for this introduction. Thank
There's
you,
one
Birgit.
place left in case you want to join me.
Thank you to the State Archive. Thank you for ICARUS for having me here. For the people online, the remark by Franz is that here the room is overcrowded and people are sitting on the floor. So I'm very honored and surprised a bit. But okay, so I did here the thoughts and also some new project that I'm working on from other colleagues from ICARUS, which I at the end of this talk. And I guess if you are that numerous here and online is because you agree with me that okay, it's here that we are living exciting and dangerous times. Exciting because a new information revolution is unfolding, introducing for us historians, archivists, a crisis of historical knowledge in the age of generative AI. It is not the first major transformation information revolution that we know. It's not the first transformation in how humans create, transmit, access, and preserve knowledge. There's a revolution from manuscript to print, from print to digital, from digital to the internet. But this transformation to auto-generated contents is arguably one that differs fundamentally from its predecessors. With generative AI, we face something qualitatively different: the mass creation of synthetic content that mimics human cultural production, text, images, even multimodal documents, happens and without human authorship. This is not merely a change in how information is distributed, but in the very nature of information. It's a profound transformation in the nature and epistemological status, and it has made cultural a transformation in the relationship between societies, our societies, and their past. While digitization has made cultural heritage more accessible than ever before, also accessible from machine consumption, from machine learning, for training of new models, the emergence of those large language models, LLMs, and multimodal AI systems capable of generating synthetic text and images has creating an unprecedented epistemological challenge, not only for librarians, archivists, scholars, but above all in how people see, interact, interpret, reproduce, spread, and take possession of information, including from the past and its representation. Nowadays, if you go online, any new content is more likely to have been produced by a machine than by fellow human beings. So we can no longer assume that textual or visual content represent genuine historical evidence. Relying on often obsolete training data, artificial intelligence models can produce convincing archives, let's say medieval archives, let's say medieval manuscripts, and generate plausible but false historical narratives or create images that mimic authentic artifacts, the very foundations of what we are doing as historians when we analyze them. And this has already a profound impact. And if we, this is my timer. So it has a direct impact. Since the early 2020s, most lawyers and judges work with AI-supported tools to identify applicable laws and comparable legal cases. This forces to ask difficult questions of trust. And as we know, what happens if artificial intelligence processes do what they are known to do, that is hallucinate, create things that do not exist. They produce text and sentences that are likely, but are not corresponding to any world reality. And as you could imagine, there is already a database, a census of legal cases where cases have been provided as argumentation, which have no existence. So this is our daily life. This is the daily life and the challenge of archivists of tomorrow and our daily life as historians. So this is the first major information, first step. Now, we are also in dangerous, exciting times because history, and for me as a medievalist, medieval history has a very high symbolic status, having a huge influence from Games of Thrones, Harry Potter, El Nome de la Rosa, or QAnon Shaman, or any conspiracy theorists. And the Middle Ages are heavily used by conspiracy theorists, and within and outside Europe, and in such unpredictable places such as Christchurch, where a terrorist quoted the Crusades to commit a terrorist act on a place that was never concerned by any of Crusades or any else, and him being a colonialist anyway. So there is one good news, and well, a bad news and a good news. Bad news, AI models are trained on outdated data, generally speaking, and reproduce what is the more likely. So if you ask an image of a Viking, you will get an image according to a traditional view, but the same models also know what scholarship is. So if you say, create me a Viking according to scholarship, you will get a full explanation. Here it's an image of a historically accurate Viking based on serious scholarship, no horn helmets, practical woolen tunic, etc., etc. So there are things that we can use and implement in our research and in our professional and scholarly projects. Nevertheless, giving those two backgrounds of generative AI and the high status of the Middle Ages, there is one thing that we have to take into account. New forgeries are coming. So on the one hand, I'm very happy because diplomatics and paleography have been invented by Mabillon in 1688 in the Re Diplomatica because of that. So it's really knowing what we are dealing with. It's data processing, it's information analytics. So it's very good. We know how to do that. Yet the stakes are very high because LLMs know the texts, know the chancery formulas, which are edited thanks to SR. They are available online. Now the Serbian charters are also online, etc. And well, for the paleographer that I am, it's good. ChatGPT 5, for example, is still weaker at producing medieval handwriting, but it's coming also. So here I've created a nice charter by the Doge of Venice, granting free access and passage to all citizens of Bologna, which is not something that happened, but still it's here. What is interesting is how you can produce that. For the moment, you have to give a lot of information, but the process is more interesting. I will not comment on the hallucinations and the weaknesses. We all know them, and it's not the most interesting. But you can produce several images until you find something that is convincing to you. The last one is the most convincing to me, but here in the prompt, in the process that I've put in place, I did something that the systems now can also automate. I told ChatGPT 5, find examples of edited charters of the Duke of Venice, identify images of original documents, then study the formulas either from scholarly studies or from the editions, and create a full text of a grant giving a free movement to citizens of Bologna. I wanted to create a charter giving Venice to the Kingdom of France, but I thought I would be, I couldn't talk to the end of the keynote, so I stick to Bologna. And so create a charter with this text, well, the text, then also give me the optimized prompt to create the image. And then I used the prompt. So we are not quite there yet, but Of course, it's just a question of training, material, and availability. In the fantastic world of computer science research, there are several people working, having been working in the 2 last decades for reproducing handwritten text in the handwritten style. It can have very sensible applications, like if you want to send a postcard to your grandmother and it needs to be in your handwriting, you will use that. Actually, there are neurocognitive research proving that we read a script, a handwriting that we know faster than a handwriting that we don't know. So there are very profound connections between humans through the handwriting. Here, so there is a consequence and a usefulness, but the drawback, or the first drawback, is that we have the possibility of new forgeries. Then, should we be afraid? We certainly should be aware of what is happening and of the risks. And no, locking us outside of the world is not a solution. It's not an option. It's against our policies, against our values. I would even say, generally speaking, for ICARUS, it's against our philosophies. And cultural heritage is not protected by copyright laws. Also, it's a bit too late. We should have seen that coming before. Now we have to deal with that. And now, if we don't put our materials online, they won't be used as training material. But anyone who wants to prove that something is a forgery will not have the comparison material. So it's really a vicious circle. Oh, I'm not on the, oops. Just here, yesterday was the first ruling against OpenAI, condemning OpenAI for the illegal use of copyrighted material in the training of its models. As I said, medieval artifacts are not protected by copyright laws. They may be protected by contracts, but so this would not be an option either. So what we have to do is to embrace the opportunities. We can deploy new tools for improved service and knowledge, and we have to strengthen our community. And I think ICARUS, the ICARUS convention and this seminar are the very best fitting place to advocate for that. And so I will do. Speaking about new tools, some new tools are not also new tools. I also want to give the other face of what I've said on forgeries. If machines are able to mimic medieval artifacts or any handwriting, then that has captured something that is exactly what we want to study. So we can use them to support our research. So one obvious part, and it has been addressed in the previous session, we have capabilities for reading and text identification. I'm also advocating for eScriptorium because it's open source. Also, it's produced and developed in my institution, and I'm a coordinator of one part of Biblissima Plus, which develops eScriptorium. So go ahead, go eScriptorium. It's working. Just looking back I've started working on text indexing and handwritten text recognition around 2012. The Humanist project is very old now. It was the prehistory of its dinosaur. In 2018, we had a plain text search engine for 80,000 pages. Also, it's very nice to be anywhere in Europe because there is also always a slide I can build in about look at what is said about Venice. And here you see the name Giovanni Dandolo was Duke of Venice, Doge of Venice. And it's something that has to do with the commune of Venice. So it's very old, dinosaur times. 2 weeks ago, a dataset has been released with 18,700 fully transcribed manuscripts. It's the COMMA dataset. The main focus is not on archival documents, on documentary documents. The choice that has been made in this dataset is to use a model that keeps the abbreviations. And I think we have, for knowledge creation, we need to expand abbreviations, but that's really a technical matter. And so here I have an example of a cartulary, a charter book that is HTR'd in this dataset. So this is really becoming the new normal, and for the students in the room, you probably know that or use that without some professors knowing. I'm just giving here an example of a new edition, charter editions on Monasterium, the edition of the charters of the Fontenay Abbey, which I'm very proud that it's now online, thanks among others to Georg Vogeler and Niklas Czerne. And you can put one charter in the vision model. So here the interface is from my second affiliation at the Humboldt University. All students have access to AI models and trained vision models. So what they will probably do, and without asking me if it's the right thing to do, they will throw the image into that and get an interpretation. If you ask what it is, then you get a transcription, and you may get other informations like there's something happening here. Better. Yeah. The transcription, diplomatic analysis, an abstract, etc., etc. And if you like the idea of transferring one model to the other, here it's the same charter of the Doge of Venice that I had before with the same text, but now in the handwriting of the scriptorium of Fontenay. Meaning what? This model has learned to transfer some graphic features, whatever the text. So this is exactly what I was trying to do in my PhD 15 years ago, capturing the specific features of a scriptorium. It's done. Just, it's not explicit, it's implicit. We'll go back to that later. No, this is, Humanis is from the last decade. There has been a new project, very humbly, History of Medieval Europe, with partners from ICARUS as well. And there, what we started to do was to put more information structure into the data to get named entity recognition and linking. So just a reminder, name recognition in named entity recognition is spotting where the words may be names, place name, person names, whatever exists in the real history. And linking is identifying. So putting an identifier, a link to an authority file. And now what we haven't done then, but is a major research domain right now, is relationship extraction. We have also structured the data to extract place names and geo-reference them, and to structure the documents into single acts. And so we have linked the fully transcribed texts, so you can go online and go to plain text search and see here a French request and here a Latin one, and see that the French king is using Latin for a much larger area than French. So this is also online. The named entity that are spotted in the corpus. This is also done by Teclia for one part, Teclia, which has been named before in a previous talk. So all this has been published, and our work has been published to be used to train new models. And what we have done, obviously, is to use the models to recognize named entities. But what happens? We have detected more than 600,000 entities, 300,000 person names, and 320,000 place names. So what do you do with that? Well, it's very difficult. We are just crushed by the sheer number. And then AI can help us link and identify. So those for all place names which are very common, for all person names which are very common, but for less common words, names, it will be more difficult. So we need to train new models and to take the context into account. So here an example of an annotation for named entity linking. And an important word that has already been said before is RAG, Retrieval Augmented Generation. 2 years ago, it was a very new technique. Nowadays, it's also the new normal. It's integrated in orchestration frameworks where several agents do different tasks. So you have to think that all of that is integrated and becoming, in this sense, less and less accessible technically and more accessible to the everyday user. So right now at RHT, we're working on merging our legacy data, on merging all our authority data, advancing HTR on all our digital library, merging the metadata on charters and documents. Well, we haven't done all the work yet, but we hope that with ERC-DDIP, with the friends of ICARUS, we will be able to do that soon. Now, just a small round into writer identification, because I'm a paleographer. I don't want to leave you without some paleography in this talk. I told you that AI models can, by default, capture handwriting features. So just for your common knowledge, it's been now 10 years that we are having competitions in paleography. So for our writer identification or dating, the last winner of the well, this is a competition on fragment identification. The winner of the 2024 competition was Marco Per, able to detect the closest match in the closest writer for 90%, more than 90% of the images, which also helps to create some paleographical graphic features. But so this is just a side note. We can advance little by little our AI models for anything that is of interest for us in the study of the documents. And also for the study of the materiality of the document, believe it or no, but trained AI models are also used in the analysis of the data in multispectral imaging, or you have a very nice interface to remove ink from your paper if you want to study watermarks, but that's very much materiality. Here on this screen, you should come very well, but here you don't see anything. On the left and on the right, you see a watermark in the letter shapes white. So the ones in the first row can tell that I'm not lying. Come closer. Okay. No, we started a little late, so I'm taking this time to advocate for to make a plea. Please cross your fingers. We're applying for funding to help us all in building communities of knowledge and communities of practice. And this is, we believe, Franz, Georg Vogeler, some others, that we have to create a shared vocabulary and a shared understanding across our community. That we have to acknowledge that we are one community with multiple competences. With ICARUS also, well, the CVC, the Center for Computer Vision in Barcelona, is member of ICARUS. So one of the advanced research centers for artificial intelligence. And also we believe strongly that we have to create new training frameworks in the coming years. In this sense, ICARUS as a network is perfect because it gathers many people with different competences, from cultural heritage to computer science, historical research, information science, digital humanities. And I strongly say that it's not computer science on one side and cultural heritage on the other. It's one community. We all are around documents and we are all sharing, all the people in ICARUS are sharing a goodwill to make a sound use of that, when other people could do a not such a sound use of the technique. There is something that unites us. It's that, however we call it, auxiliary sciences, digital humanities, AI, we are all under the spell of the material at some point, and we are all data-driven. We are focused on a historical artifact that exists and that transmits something. And in this sense, thanks to the material turn in historical studies and in the fact that we are data-driven, we are in a good position. Also, from the standpoint of infrastructures, and if auxiliary sciences were 20 years ago marginal in the landscape, we are now at the core of what is happening. But what we now need is a dual training. It's not sufficient that students from computer science have a 1-week summer school in historical documents, or that historians have a 1-week summer school in what is computer vision. We all know what computer vision is at the level of a 1-week summer school. but we need to be able to work with that, to imagine our life with that, and to understand what are the specific challenges and the specific hurdles that we may face, and also to understand what are the weaknesses where we will spot forgeries, as the extreme case scenario, or where we will spot inconsistencies in a historical discourse that is supported by a not sound training of an AI model, for example. We need an education to train an inner dialogue with the data that is the result of the output of a machine-based analysis. If we are trained primarily in computer science, to have an inner dialogue with what does it mean from an historical standpoint? What does it mean for the society, what we are doing? So it requires additional resources. And for those additional resources, we are applying for funding in an MSCA, for an MSCA grant under the name of M3D, Medieval Manuscripts from Material to Digital. Cross the fingers. Just before I conclude, I want to address some keywords: trust, truth, black box, and uncertainty. Where should I start? I could speak about that for two hours, but we don't have the time, and I know that. So trust, I just want to say here, it shouldn't be a matter of trust. I have many colleagues saying, I don't trust AI. It's not a matter of faith. It exists, it works. It's a matter of how we implement it and how we safeguard what is existing and our expertise, not in ways of gatekeeping, but of bridging to a better knowledge. Then there is the question of truth. Long topic as well, but I just want to stress that ground truth is a very common term in computer science. It means the thing that the computer has to output, to produce, to be considered as having a valid match. This doesn't make any sense for historians. What we are working with is a negotiated truth. It's the result of a consensus based on a methodological analysis of the sources. So there is no one single critical edition of a text. You may have an edition with not expanded abbreviations, or an edition, a critical edition, scholarly edition with expanded abbreviations. Both are correct, they are giving different viewpoints. Also, I've said several times that AI models are biased or trained on obsolete data, and that so the results is uncertain. Actually, we have to be aware that humans are also black boxes, which are very poor sometimes at explaining their decisions. So all those very important keywords, trust, truth, black box, uncertainty, apply in all directions. We have to work with that and to rework with on those topics in the light of artificial intelligence. One path forward may be to use legacy data to test models, to redo the research that has been done by our predecessors. For the sake of time, I will skip that. We can try to open the box. This is a paleographical study. We can work in direction of trust and reproducibility. That's what is done on the level of data, but we have to extend this. This is acknowledged by everyone. We should publish our data and make it reproducible. So what happens now? What is the logical consequence of what I was saying at the start? if we want traceability and reproducibility, then we need more than ever materiality. We need to keep all these archival materials safe for further inquiry, and we need also to have it digitized in a paradoxical manner. The digitalization requires us more than ever to preserve the document and to restore it and to keep it. Also, we need, if we want that digital items may be used as proofs, we would need to have metadata for all existing documents so that the absence of proof becomes a proof of absence. This is a logical step for historians, I would say. And in that, we are in a good position to ask for money. So that's exactly what we're doing. We have identified some specific research fields. We also are still looking for some secondments. So if you are interested, come to me. I hope to promote this research, even if we don't get the funding. That's why I'm opening this very publicly. And on that, I'm open to your questions.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dominique, for this very engaging talk. And I think I couldn't agree more on almost everything you said, including the money that we need. But the good news is we are already training a new generation in the field, in the intersection of humanities research and digital competences applied to handwritten or written heritage and humanities objects. So the floor is open for questions. I think we have 10 minutes. If you raise your hand, here's a microphone. Keep your question short if possible, so we don't need a co-referat. In the meantime, I try to. Huh? In here. Okay. So there is a question in the chat. Let's see. We cannot see the slides. Okay, we ignore that. That's a long time ago. Okay. A question from Olga. You can also unmute yourself, Olga, if you like. Otherwise, I'm reading. I'm an archivist for the Italian Minister of Culture and currently a PhD student. I'm interested in the age. Okay. Where's the question? Yeah, we're planning a summer school. We will. That's true. So, but it's very wide. So it's not only textual scholarship or archival scholarship. It includes art history, archaeology, digital cultural heritage. We will inform you as soon as possible, but usually we are a little bit late. So it will be in February, probably. Emanuela, please. Yeah, here's the microphone.
Thank you for this inspiring paper. Just a quick question about tools. If you have tried also the AI, often AI for this work, for the name entity recognition, and if you are also thinking on mixed methods, I think for instance, if the API of OpenAI for the first phase of the entity recognition and use OpenRefine or API and Sparkle queries for the to enrich with the data via and other DB. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for this question. Yes, indeed. So the what you're suggesting is mixing tools for different moments of the research, and yes, we are doing that. As by now at RHT, we have a very controlled process, a very pragmatic, but in each time we don't have this orchestration framework that I was mentioning. This is something that is very opaque for the end user. And so we are producing data, checking OpenRefine is one way, but there are at this scale, one part of the checks are done also semi-automatically. Consistency to see what is an outlier and what is not what is common. So we validate the common things in one row and then yes. So yes, this is exactly what we try to do. Thank you.
Yeah, that's yeah. Well, Thank you very much for your interesting contribution. How can you deal with this large variance of names in Middle English? So only the first letter can 3 or 5 variants for one name, and how can you identify the names? And by place names, we have identical place names, or we have miswritten place names. All is possible, and how can you automatically identify them?
Two codes. One automatically is that and not the validated that information because it's a nightmare and it's not cheatable. That would be the short answer. The a bit less short answer is that we hadn't that before. And when I was a student, so a long time ago, I was told to identify the place name always by the closest match. This is a very strong assumption. It means all editions that were produced at the École des Chartes since the 1900s are supporting the idea that people were not traveling in the Middle Ages. Which may be true, which may not be true, but it was never stated that this identification might be, well, is only supported by the fact that we believe that people are not traveling. So the biases already are in our identifications. And this is opening to back to your question. It's very difficult to identify. And I would not say that we can identify. We can make hypotheses of identification. And I believe this can be done in a methodologically sound and justified manner. Now, about the writing and the variance of spelling, this is, in my experience, astonishingly the least of the problems, because we are not working not on edited text, but on HTR. And any available large language model is quite good at standardizing the spellings. The question is, if you have, in vernacular, it's a bit more difficult. But the question is really the ambiguity of the place names, and to acknowledge that from the start, that is in our authority data, and then in the model, how we can train for the variance. but I strongly prefer for myself to have the an identification that is fivefold, like all those 5 place names may be taken into account. Those same place names, well, sounding same, will be discarded because of that the context, and this is supported by the rest of the context of the text, like the relationships between the agents within the text. This is the most interesting part to me. In the humanist data, well, in the indexes of the registers of the French chancery, there is one interesting case of one city, Abbeville. There's in the text. Interestingly enough, the Abbeville that is mentioned is clearly not the one city Abbeville that every French person knows of, but in a small region of 10 square kilometers, there are 3 villages called Abbeville. So there is no way of knowing which one was meant. And I would say this was something that human couldn't solve in the 70s, and that AI will not solve either. The question is how we deal with the hypothesis that we are producing right now. I'm not sure I've answered your question in a satisfactory manner, but that is my current standpoint.
Here we have the last question maybe for the chat. What are the legal hurdles? What are the legal hurdles the archivists find the most difficult to overcome when it comes to digitization, AI training of cultural heritage and the data? How do you solve these problems? Are the medieval materials the least problematic as they may well be in the public domain already? Thank you for this question. And as a matter of fact, yes, I have sort of no issue with archivists on the base of copyright because everything is out of copyright. The French National Archive, for example, publishes also all the images in public domain. That is, they don't retain anything for any contract, as you can use it for and train commercial models as well. Then for the rest of model training, there are some archives that, to my knowledge, are more reluctant. But I would rather leave this question to be answered by the floor than by me. It's a good way of closing this seminar. So I thank you very much again, Dominique, for this wonderful presentation. Everyone is very much welcome to stay and follow the rest of the conference today. Oh, I suppose the next seminar or series will be next week, same time, but in the usual place at our center and also online. And it will be again about archival materials. So it's a report on the 10 years of successfully opening up the Medici archives and the public engagement project. Sara Mansuti from University of Cork will present the work that has been done in the past 2 years. So very welcome to participate also this online or in presence. And otherwise, I wish you fun and that you enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you again to Birgit and Andrea for this very wonderful hospitality. And I hand over to you to say what's coming next.
Thank you, Franz, and thank you, Dominique. So let's give another big applause to Dominique. So very So just have a chance to do it now, later during the reception, or during tomorrow, if you stay as tomorrow. Oh, yes, so far too many chances for tomorrow. So thank you. And now we will slightly move on, and perhaps not so what? No problem at all. So, perhaps not too much AI involved topics, but still, first of all, we will have one presentation coming from Estonia, another one coming from the North Macedonia, and then finally the joint presentation from our dear partners and colleagues from Italy. So don't leave, especially Italian colleagues. Please stay here till the end, after which we are having a joint reception. So, but now I have a pleasure to give a floor to my good colleague Jaan Lehtaru, who is head of conservation department at the National Archives of Estonia, located in Tartu. And as he's going to present us the last, let's say, 2 decades, how to reach up to the content that will be transformed to something else. So first digitize and then transform. And we will hear up what is coming from him. And so I'm also pleased to show up Jaan as not just a professional colleague of mine, but just as a we have joined both the professional and private lives, let's say so. So Jaan, please, floor is yours.
Hello. So difficult to start now because she told about the private life. Okay.
Very close to the mic.
Okay. And it's nice to meet old and new friends here in Venice. And because Estonian National Archives is situated locally mainly in 2 cities, in Tartu and in Tallinn. And the digitalization of audiovisual records and other projects made in Tallinn today is not the object of this presentation. So I'm focused mainly on Tartu actions. Our national archives have 10 million records, almost 1 million photos, 200,000 maps, and of course the main of our collection are manuscripts and printed documents. And collections from 13th to 19th century are mostly in German, but also in Latin, Swedish, Russians, Estonians. And our area was ruled by Teutonic Order, Denmark, Poland, Sweden, and Russia. In 1921, the historical archives of Estonia in Tartu was a holding place for historically significant documents. And this date, 1921, considered also the beginning of the National Archives of Estonia. And you see it left side as the old building. And in 2005, we moved our parchment and map collection into a new archival building on Vahi Street, the picture on the middle. And 2016, we moved all our collection from the old building to the new building on the Norus Street. The location is really nice. It is in the center of the Tartu University campus. We have 900 records on parchment between 1240 to 1558, 1600s in total. And these pictures, you see our oldest document, a letter of King Eric the First, Danish king. And why I'm showing these pictures? Because of the seal image. There is 3 lions or 3 like leopard-like lions, and Estonia take as a model of this king seal image when Estonia became independent. And time to time we getting some donations, and in 2016 magnificent donation was done by Manteuffel family. There was 36 archival records on parchment from 15th to 17th centuries. And this Manteuffels family is not only famous in Estonia, but also wider, because like Werner Söger von Manteuffel, who was the director of our Tartu clinic, introduced first time sterilized rubber gloves. So it's very useful still today, and conservators are also using everyday life. So our digital area started in 2004 with microfilm scanners actions, and we started with microfilm scanner Soitzel 1000, and 2005 we got 756,000 images. So today we have more than 40 million images. And we can say that our first project was between 2005 to 2007, and was a conservation and digitization of Tartu city building construction plans. So they are on the tracing, very fragile, and 70% of these plans needed conservation. And of course, after descriptions, these plans and information was open for public for free. Of course, our most valuable collection is on the parchment, and for 6-year project, when 1,600 records were conserved, and also microfilm as a backup was made, and of course rehousing was an important part of this, and all these records after microfilming transported to the new building. And in 2010 to 2012, National Archives and Tallinn City Archives and Estonian History Museum digitized the oldest Estonian record recorded cultural heritage. There was more than 4,000 records in total. And it was done in Conservation Center Kanut, and was supported by European Union as well. And all these nice images are available in our database, Saga. Who is interested more about this project, here's also a website link. And of course, since 2014, the parchment collection is available in Monasterium as well. And here's some examples of our collections, like a letter from Pope Clement VII, and some pictures how looks the seals, and a nice magnification and good resolution pictures. So before we started to do the digitization of our seal collections, in 2007 was organized a very nice training course by Enrico Flaiani from Secret Archives of Vatican, and he introduced the history of the seals, how what kind of materials was used this period, and we also made ourselves this kind of seals. And our collection is not the big, of course, almost 1,600 seals, but we have interesting collections of copies as well, like galvanoplastic method was used in this period. You can see it here. And also our symbols of city of Tartu, it's apostles of St. Paul and Peter. Here's copies of them, negative and positive copies here. And interesting is also some impressions on leather. So like here you can see the Queen Margaret seal. And we did also digitization of stamp collection in 2010. Collection is small, 700 items, but everything is now available, also in our archival information system. So 2010, we started massively the preparation of our map collection for digitization. And today we have 163,000 already described and more than 100 digitized. The oldest one is dating from 1630. And according to the condition survey, the condition of maps is not good. More than 65% of maps needed conservation. And digitization was carried out in our labs using a serious scanner from Soitzel company. And also we have a nice studio for making digital copies from the big size items as well. And after digitization, we moved this collection to the another new building. It's very nicely equipped, as you see on the pictures. And we're also closely working with churches. We started a project, 10 years project with Estonian Lutheran church books. And we traveled around these all congregations and picked up all valuable books. And we did conservation, and after that, microfilming and digitization at the same time. And you see the images, they are not in good conditions at all. A lot of different tapes were used. And it's not getting better. Now I'm talking about Orthodox churches. We're still getting some donations from Orthodox churches. And sometimes the situation is not good at all. They are heavily damaged by mold. In this case, we have an opportunity to send these documents to the gamma mass treatment and gamma radiation treatment. We have a special company for that. And after this treatment, it's killing, of course, the mold and insect as well. And we have also in our archive the deep freezing facilities as well, minus 47, quite cold. And after this treatment, the conservator is starting to clean it. So it takes quite a lot of time. If you compare with digitization, it's only like that. So we did also digitization of glass plate negatives as well, mostly cleaning, and some cases, like the picture in the middle, was needed to fix the emulsion layer by gelatin as well. And rehousing was very important because some of the glass plates were broken. And now all this collection is available in Mediatek in database. Okay, now I'm going to talk about digitization project between 2010 to 2017. We started with a project named Two Beginnings. There was two periods. Okay, there was two periods when Estonia became independent country from 1970 to 1922 and 1987 to 1992. There was 30,000 records, and another project was international shipware with colleagues from Germany, Netherlands, and Sweden. And the shipware register was an outcome of this project, more than 110,000 images, and all data is available in our database, Saga. Next project was cross-border e-archive with Estonia, Latvia, and Russia. It was also supported by European Union. And there was many other digitization projects at this time, like cooperation with Israel, Poland, and World War I was one important project as well. And our Ministry of Culture of Estonia prepared an action plan for digitization of cultural heritage between 2018 to 2023. So the objective of this action plan was to make cultural heritage digitally more accessible, contains documents, film, photographic heritage, artifacts, and this action plan was prepared in cooperation with Ministry of Culture, Economics, and Education and Research. And of course, mainly it was supported by European Union. And this action plan, today there is some continuation, and it will be planned that it's still going on until 2029. And National Archive of Estonia coordinates the documents, photo and film heritage digitization projects. There was also, including this action plan, 14 Estonian memory institutions, mainly museums, taking part from project. We called it "Let us remain Estonians, but let us become Europeans" as well. It's taking the period from 1830s until 1918, when Estonia became independent. And it's mainly local governmental records, having healthcare, military services, schools, etc. And National Archives has to make 1.73 million digital images. And as you see on the pictures, records are really bad conditions. Almost 70% needed conservation before the digitization. And of course, we did a minimal intervention if it's possible. And additional manpower was also used, conservators, students from Estonia, from abroad. And in some cases, we used, we call it mass treatment, humidification and flattening. And also the jails are very useful, for example, for taking off the old repairings, with hiding the information. And there was a hired project manager who was responsible for the planning of implementation of the workflow during this project. And it was done in our Nora building and by Novian Eesti OÜ. So there was really 4 scanners. The workers are working in 2 shifts, 9 workers. It was quite hard for conservators as well. And one of important because Tartu is a university city, and important the project was digitalization of the university archive between 1918 to 1944. And as you see on the pictures, there was really different material documents, including student costumes, also even furniture, textiles, and can you imagine there was also the roof material. So it was quite interesting. And today we have two ongoing projects. The first one is a land register book, and it is books dated from 18th century until 1944, and we have to prepare more than 1 million images, and they're really heavy books, 24 kilos, like that. It's our conservators are really in good shape, and National Archives has been collaborating also with Family Search since early 1990s, and we have very nice cooperation. And outside above mentioned action plan, in September 2024, Family Search and Grace Limited have been digitizing court records, and our conservation and holding maintenance is responsible for preparation work and family search for digitization. So I visited a couple of days ago this man, Carl, who is working very hard, and it took only, how to say, half second to take 2 images. So we have to be more quicker to prepare. It's mission impossible, but we do the best. And last project is Archive, and it's a cross-border collaboration project. 3 neighboring archives are involved, Estonia, Finland, and Latvia. And this project led by Southeastern Finland University of Applied Sciences. And this project co-funded by European Union, and who is want to know more about it, here is a website link. And of course, it's connected like many others presentation today with using artificial intelligence, AI, to make archives language independent and faster and easier to access. And of course, development of AI tools like recognize and transcribe handwritten and printed text, automatically catalog and index archival materials. And of course, this tool has to be help our archivists as well in answering information requests. And today, as I know, the first version of Estonian handwritten text recognizing model is already ready, and the Russian language model is promising. And digitization starting in 2026. And finally, I would like to say that everybody knows, nothing new, the digitization is growing and growing. And today we have approximately 5% of our all collections are already digitized. It has more than 40 million images. And we are also busy everyday life with digitization because we have overlaps with a lot of scanners different. And when Tartu became the European capital of culture, we needed to digitize Tartu city governmental records. And I found some connections with Italy as well. We have Stackelberg's family collection, the old tracings, and it's not typical tracings. There are on the thin rag paper, as you see on the left, transparent, and these papers are impregnated with oil or fatty substances, and it makes paper transparent, but it makes paper also very brittle. So, but there was a need to do conservation and digitization, and on these tracings are drawings from Italy manors, and as you see, there are phases, lamps, clocks, etc. And finally, our colleagues from Tallinn and users, employees, have now a really nice and modern condition in Tallinn. You see on the picture the former National Library. It was built in 1993, but newly renovated. And this building will house the National Archives together with National Library. And but it was historically also the same. 1920s, National Archives and National Library worked together in the same building. So it means something. History is repeating and repeating, but a little bit better and higher level. And National Archive, a new building will be opened for public in March in 2026, but temporary reading rooms already working. And we're really welcome to you to the next ICARUS Spring Convention in May 2026. See you in Tallinn.
Thank you, Jan. That's very slow, perhaps. Okay, so thank you, Jan. But as we are having, yeah, let's change it. Yes, as we are having a lack of time, so let's continue. And if we have questions to you, we will take them later on. Please, Elisaveta Markoviki from the State Archives of the North Macedonia. Yes, come up here. And so Elisaveta will give us an overview of the long-term strategies for the protection of written archival heritage. Please, and your presentation is right here. So. Okay. Use the buttons.
Okay. Stay close to the mic.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Brigitte, for the introduction. Okay. Just to put my glasses. Buonasera, cari ospiti, cari partecipanti e colleghi. È davvero un piacere essere qui alla 35ª Convention ICARUS. That's it. I exercise this sentence. So to meet the time frame, I put my notes and thoughts on paper. So I will try to go through the presentation as quick as possible. So once again, good evening, dear colleagues, dear participants, and dear hosts of 35 ICARUS Convention held here in Venice, in a city renowned for its cultural heritage and enduring legacy in history and the arts. It is really a pleasure to gather here in a place where tradition and knowledge have been preserved for centuries, to share our work, our experiences, and reflections, as the title of the convention, Bridging Centuries. So the topic of this presentation is sustainability in the protection of cultural heritage, long-term strategies for the protection of written archive materials. It's a little bit theoretical one, but it is of particular importance because archive materials as a part of cultural heritage is not only a testimony of the past, but also a resource that allows us to build a future with a stronger sense of identity and shared values. The aim of my presentation is to highlight the significance of sustainable practices in preserving written heritage, to explore the challenges and possible solutions, and to open a discussion on the role of institutions in the wider community. I follow all I have followed the previous presentations, and as I can notice and by myself that all the participants and Istvan and Caroline and Dominique, we are all agreed that the sustainability is really a very big issue in the preserving cultural heritage. So when we speak about sustainability in the written cultural heritage, we are referring to the ways in which we can protect, preserve, and at the same time make it accessible for future generations. This means that it is not enough to simply restore or digitize objects and documents. We must also find a balance between their physical protection, the social role they play, and the economic sustainability of the institutions they safeguard them. In other words, sustainability represents an integrative approach, and it is a combination of protection, legislation, management, and awareness-raising efforts, which for me, as per me, is very of big meaning. Why it is so important to discuss sustainability in the context of cultural heritage? First, because archive materials are actually documents of proven lasting value and part of our collective memory. If we lose it, we lose part of our identity. Second, because a sustainable approach ensures that the measures we take today are not short-term fixes, but instead provide long-term benefits. And third, because only through sustainable practices can we ensure that written heritage remains alive, which means that actively present in society rather than being reduced to a static object behind glass or in a digital archive. In this sense, sustainability acts as a bridge between the past, the present, and the future. So the written cultural heritage represents our collective memory and identity. So it is not a rocket science for us, but yet today, in today's world, it faces enormous challenges. Climate change combined with rapid social transformation, even a lot of war conflicts threatens its very survival. Our main goal is not only to preserve, but to ensure long-term sustainability. This requires integrated strategies that combine prevention, innovation, and cooperation across institutions, as we all agree. So there is a lot of challenges. I power some of them. One of the first things we must acknowledge that is the preserving written cultural heritage today faces numerous challenges. These challenges can be both external, such as climate change, natural disasters, and environmental pollutions, or even massive urban development, and internal, such as physical and structural deterioration. Even now, these days, the physical aging of materials such as paper, ink, and binding elements remains a major risk, particularly when combined with environmental stress. Natural disasters like fires and floods are becoming more frequent and severe. At the same time, pollution and inadequate storage conditions accelerate degradation. Climate change is already having a visible impact on archives. We see increased humidity, temperature fluctuations, and more frequent floods and fires. This leads to raising costs for maintaining stable storage environments. To respond, institutions must adopt specific strategies. These include maintaining a stable microclimate with controlled temperature and humidity, developing disaster risk management plans, and investing in energy-efficient, eco-friendly climate control system. These challenges lead us to another risk, referred to organizational and legal challenges, such as the lack of coordination between institutions and the absence of harmonized frameworks for preservation, but also including limited financial resources, outdated infrastructure, or even lack of trained professionals. Another important challenge lies in raising public awareness. If communities do not recognize the value of written heritage, preservation efforts remain fragile. Addressing these challenges require collaboration between government, institutions, and citizens, and whole society, let's say. So no institution can face these challenges alone. Cooperation is essential. Archives, libraries, museums, universities, and research centers, or even, maybe more important, government decision-making authorities must work together. Joint projects for digitization and protection can optimize resources, while sharing expertise and equipment improves efficiency. I think that one is Istvan said that sharing expertise is very important for protecting and sustainability for cultural heritage. Networking through European programs such as Horizon Europe and Creative Europe offers further opportunities. A good example is to create regional digitization centers with shared platforms which ensure wider access and better protection. With no doubt, technology plays a central role in ensuring sustainability and long-lasting protection. Digitization not only preserves fragile and rare archive materials and books by reducing their physical handling, but also make them accessible to wider audience, both locally and globally. Through advanced tools such as 3D scanning, virtual reality, and digital archives, we can document, share, and interpret heritage in new engagement ways. However, technology is not a substitute for preservation. It is a complement. It must allow us go hand in hand with traditional methods of conservation and responsible management. A strong legal framework is the foundation of sustainable preservation. This means aligning with international conventions such as the UNESCO and the European Union. At the national level, archival and library laws play a central role. However, many existing laws were written before digital transformation and climate change become a major concern. We now need update regulation addressing digital preservation, risk management, and environmental adaptation. In the context of the last findings, in State Archive of Macedonia, we passed a new law on archive materials and archive activity, which includes technological benefits and opportunities. Importantly, cultural institutions should be obligated to develop risk management plans to protect collections from future threats. Sustainability cannot be achieved through isolated measures. It requires an integrated approach. Preventive measures must be supported by legal frameworks and strengthened by interinstitutional cooperation. Another essential aspect of sustainability, as I said before, is the role of policies and institutional frameworks. Without clear legislation, guidelines, and strong institutions, preservation efforts can easily lose direction. It is important that policies are aligned with international standards while also being adaptable to local context. Institutions must not only preserve but also innovate creative strategies that integrate documentary heritage into broader social and economic development. Strong frameworks ensure that preservation is not left to chance, but it is a coordinated and sustainable process. A key challenge is to maintain a balance between preserving the authenticity of original materials and providing broad, secure digital access for research and education. As per my personal opinion, raising a public awareness plays a significant role in terms of sustainability. It is essential to ensure that archive work, including protection of written materials, is recognized as a cornerstone of cultural sustainability. Public exhibitions, open days, and online storytelling projects can make archive materials visible and relevant to broader audience. Cooperation with schools and universities encourages young people to understand archives as a living source of knowledge. Furthermore, sustainability cannot be achieved without the active participation of communities. When local citizens feel connected to their heritage, they become its strongest protectors. This is why education plays such a crucial role, from schools that introduce children to the value of heritage to public programs that invite people to engage in its preservation. Community-driven initiatives not only raise awareness, but also build a sense of ownership, ensuring that documentary heritage remains a living part of everyday life. Professional training for archivists, policymakers, and cultural managers should emphasize the social and ethical value of documentary heritage. So, to conclude, the sustainability of written cultural heritage depends on following pillars: adaptation to climate change, technological progress, strong cooperation between institutions, and stable, forward-looking legal framework. Sustainability in the protection of cultural heritage is not just a professional responsibility, but a moral and social one. It requires us to think long-term, to combine tradition with innovation, and to engage both institutions and communities. By addressing challenges, embracing technology, ensuring economic and environmental balance, and fostering international cooperation, we can create a strong foundation for the future. Archives are not only about preserving the past, they are essential resources for building the future, supporting transparency, identity, and cultural continuity. So, as UNESCO reminds us, preservation of documentary heritage is not merely a technical task, but a responsibility to ensure access for future generations. This quote perfectly captures the spirit of sustainability. It is not only about materials, but about the values and responsibilities we pass on through them. And in the terms of sustainability and some of the pillars that I already mentioned, in the State Archive, what we have done is we passed a new law, as I said, on archive materials and archive activity, which is compliance with some of the Europeans laws for archive activities. We decided to open ourselves and to organize several thematic exhibitions with archive materials in public places such as city malls and shopping centers, where it's too, there are a lot of young people who can approach and see the exhibition. We organize practices for archive works with vocational secondary schools. We include them in our everyday work 2 times or 3 times in the year. And also we work together with Blue Shields in Macedonia. We are now in some early stage of the joint project with Blue Shields, probably will be until the next year. So that is the actions that we are taking for preserving and make sure for long term of preservation of archive materials. So thank you. Grazie mille.
Thank you, Elisabetta, but we will take the questions right in the end. And now we are having today's last presentation. So there will be three of you or just one of you, but I will name all of you, of course. So Maria Piattiseo from the Basilicata University, Antonella Ambrosio from the University of Naples, and Giuseppe Consolo from the University of Graz will present us how the historical account books and register can make a role, a key role in the multidisciplinary research in the digital humanities. Please, go ahead. Thank you.
Pensavi ce le faccio. Invece no.
Si è bloccato?
Okay, so good evening, everyone. Thanks to be here still at this hour. So for today, our contribution is part of the work of the Laboratory of Historical Documents on the Web that is held at University of Naples Federico II, that is directed by Antonella Ambrosio. And for this work leads the creation of the project Hands That Count Online. That is a program that brings together different levels on training and international cooperation. It belongs to the debate of digital teaching methods in historical studies. The laboratory also supports the teaching activities of the degree courses at our university that are historical science, archaeology, history of art, and cultural heritage studies. At the core of our project, there are two disciplines. There are historical and one historical period, that is paleography, the study of medieval handwriting and its change over times, and diplomatics, that analyze of medieval documents to understand how they were written, their function, and their features. So the historical focus is instead the teaching and research in the Middle Age. This work has its roots in the SW Lab that since 2007 felt a growing need, not only to train the students to read and interpret historical sources, but also to help them to describe and explore these sources with digital tools. So our challenge has been twofold. On one side, we give the historical and technical skill, and on the other side, we design a learning path that makes students actors in their own learning process. To explain our approach more clearly, let me focus on three key aspects of our learning project. We want the students to build the knowledge actively within a learning practice aimed to the co-construction of knowledge. So we want them to work together and feel part of a real scientific community. These three aspects that are the active learning, the cooperation activity, and the community, of course, are not the same for the educational point of view, but we try to develop them carefully, step by step, during all the activities in these seminars and handbook and handwork, more or less. So at this point, I will walk you through how we introduce the first step, which is the active learning, by guiding the students in their work on linked medieval account book that were preserved in the South Italy in the State Archive of Naples. This one was one of the from the archive of St. Peter Sebastiano, that is a monastery, Dominican monastery in Naples. And this handwriting, this handbook was digitalized and were studies by Transcribus that were used for automatic layout recognition and for its user-friendly and internal editor. Then we use Oxygen for TI and XML markup. And then we used FRAT for a graphemic analysis. But why we choose these specific tools? So from a teaching perspective, each of them offers strengths and that are hard to find elsewhere. So for Transcribus, that is now probably one of the most well-known platform for the text recognition and automatic transcription, even if it's a paid software, even in its free version, it allows the students to work in a collaborative environment. So these settings let them to make mistake, to receive correction, and learn from this correction. We provided the students with a tutorial video showing every step from uploading the images to exporting them in XML TI format, which was then refined in the Oxygen tool. Oxygen is another paid tool, or better to say paid software, that has 33 days of trial. Of course, it's not the only one tool that can be used for manipulating this kind of file. We can even use Visual Studio Code that is free, or Notepad++, it's another free tool. But this one is one of the most user-friendly and integrated an automatic validator for the errors that not only point out where the errors occur, but also give concise guidance how to fix it. And with the recent update, we in the software there are even the AI integration that helps even more the students to find and fix every type of errors. And finally, we have FRAT. That is a tool developed by Angelos Nicolaou within the ERC DDIP project held in Graz. And it was used for more paleographical analysis. The students could work remotely even with this tool, and with their computers, they can describe the graphemic difference between every single letters, and then they can even shape the differences between letters and define which hands and write something or other things. And then everything can be stored in a Ubuntu repository. So it could be even used on every single computer, not just in one. And it will be even exported in a JSON file and in TIFF for the images, for JSON for the descriptive data and TIFF for images. So while we, of course, for timing, we cannot showcase here all the activities that were carried out by the students or the full process for which they learned how to use this tool, which will be detailed in the maybe in the next paper that will be published for after a conference that will be held in Naples. We would like to present a concrete example on how Transcribus was applied. So guided by tutors and PhD students, the participant examined the document and reflected on the mise-en-page of the documents itself. After identifying the writing area, they explored Transcribus to layout analysis models. Working in groups, they took turns creating text region and baseline manually using the desktop version shortcuts, so TR for text regions and BL for the baseline. This one is the expert client vision, not the online vision that is now not updated anymore, but I think it's still the most stable and the most useful one at the moment. So working as we say, at the same time, they tested even the automatic mode, and they comparing the two approach as part of the exercise of the work. In the automatic mode, they instead selected the option find text region and then find line, as we can say in this in this picture. And these two approaches were then discussed collectively, and the group concluded that for this particular handwriting, that was characterized by a line that sometimes gone up and sometimes descend, the most useful method was the hybrid one. So using automatic method to detection the writing area, but creating the baseline manually. In this way, we have a good shape of the document. And now for the second part of our presentation, I will leave the floor to Maria Pia.
Thank you, Giuseppe, and thank you to all to be here. And now, after this first step related to the active learning, I would like to show you the second and the third step of this process, together with the conclusions. So the second step, as you can see in the slide, was the cooperative learning, because students worked all together, but even in groups of 3 people. And within each group, everyone took part in all stages of the digital edition, from transcription to encoding and to annotation. They received ongoing feedback from PhD students and tutors, and experienced the real dynamics of scholarly community through discussions, revisions, and successive versions of the work. In this way, we moved from traditional lecture to a shared research lab, where each participant contributed to a common goal. Some students even took on extra responsibilities, for instance, helping us to organize events and redesign the lab's logo. And these show that collaboration extended over the teaching assignment and fostering initiative and creativity. For the next year, maybe. Okay. And the third and the most challenging step of this work was the integration into a simulated scholarly community, because this work took place through the international masterclass and the discussion of the results with an expert in the field, the Professor Georg Vogler. And at the end of the experience, one of the students told us that they felt fully part of a scholarly community. This feedback made clear that they had gained a deep awareness of what research means. But to put all this in the context, we should look briefly at the background, because the experiences of research group of Naples started, as said before by Birgit, on 2008 with the European project ENAC and COPE, large cooperation projects dedicated to the study and online publication of archival materials. And it grew in Naples within ICARUS. And at a time, it opened in Italy a pioneering path in the use of a digital platform for research and for teaching on historical documents. Today, these visions continues in our laboratory in UNINA. As you can see in the slide, it works in a strong international context with ICARUS and ICARUS Italia. But now the results of our work, because the results were concrete and visible on several levels, because on the educational levels, 92% of the students reported improved skills in paleography and diplomatics, and 87% says that they had gained new digital competencies, for instance, related to layout analysis, markup, and encoding. And on the scholarly level, 25 students produced 8 editorial prototypes of about 5,000 words, each and jointly created a collective digital edition, which is now under review for the publication on the international portal DEPCHA. international platform. DEPCHA is an online hub for digital scholarly editions created at the University of Graz and developed by Professor Georg Fogler and Dr. Christopher Pollin, who also created the TI bookkeeping ontology, the dictionary used by students during the encoding. And this data comes from tutors and students' observation, and they were discussed collectively in a plenary sessions. They are not absolute truth, but provide valuable indicators of the perceived impact. And behind the numbers are real people. And one of the students told us that they did not see their work as a simple exercise, but as a real contribution to an international project. And to conclude, this experience shows us that teaching can turn into living research, and historical sources remain at the center, but the way we work with them changes because students became co-authors. Learning communities expand across Europe, and there is an integration between traditional and digital skills. The model we have tested is not limited to paleography and diplomatics, but it can be applied to other documentary contexts, such as notarial, administrative, or literary sources, and to other fields that work with complex text and data. From linguistic to art history and this. So for now, this is still a prospect rather than an established reality, but we are already watching with interest how this method can be applied to other contexts. And I would like to end with a simple message. This is not about teaching, not only about teaching how to read medieval documents, but about teaching how to build knowledge together with scientific rigor and an international view. Thanks.
Thank you, but perhaps please stay here, or perhaps we're having questions. I'm counting that we still have some 5 to 10 minutes because the reception location is not far away. It's right here. So, crowds, if you have a questions, please give a sign with a hand, but unfortunately this mic doesn't work anymore. Yeah, the low battery, I guess. So, but I think that we can hear you. So whenever you are, just raise your hand, and so you can have a questions to Giuseppe or Maria Pia or Elisaveta or Jan. So please, just help me out. Some more students here? No. Oh, but may I ask you, so is the results of this StepShop project soon available and in public use, or you are just trying to finishing this StepShop project before making the results accessible to all of, like publicly accessible, like open data?
Yeah, so the data will be available, but at the moment they are under review because of course we want to be sure that everything's will be perfectly before publishing to the public, of course. But at the moment they are just in the beta part of the web server of DEPCHA. So I think that probably for the end of the year you should be able to publish. Yeah, because the edition is complete and it will be in the same collection of the on other digital edition that was part of my PhD project about the same monastery, but other bookkeeping, another book. So
very soon it will be publicly available. And so everyone can contact to you as well.
Yes, everyone can contact us.
So, Enrico.
Thank you for your presentation. My question is, which is the degree of student involved in your work, in your project?
Historical science. The master degree in historical
Master
science.
degree?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there are 25 people in one case.
Yes,
That's why
25.
it's like-
Yeah.
Yeah,
25
there were
students.
25 students. Of course, not historical science. There were even some from archaeological studies. Yeah, all of them have already a basis of paleography and diplomatics, thanks to the professor. Yeah, it's true.
But okay, it's master.
Yeah, it's massive. No, not bachelor one.
So perhaps someone else would like to ask some questions. Oh, yeah, this.
I have a question for Estonia. All the impressive figures, amazing, great. What about the usage of the images? What are the figures and what is the reaction?
As I know, it's very positive. So I don't have a lot of information about it, but as I know, for example, one slide was about the conservation of the old tracings connected with Italia. It was really important for Academy of Arts. Some professor studied it and used for publishing the book about it. And after the publishing of the book, it became more popular. And now we have digital images. So only in very rare cases we can use the originals. So it's really helping for preserve our originals as well.
Mhm.
But
I can also
Birgit,
add
maybe
a
you
bit,
can comment more.
because I'm more involved with this access and use area of our collections. So since 2012 already, so even if we opened up the digital collections back in 2005, but since the 2010, 2012, we have at the average the access, what is this, the number of this, 1.4 up to 1.8 million visits to all of the content. But our statistics shows that the main use is linked to the genealogical and also the, let's say, domestic area records coming from the 19th and the 20th century. So in Estonia, not so a large usage of the medieval charters, for instance, because the also the record, the number of records is still quite low when we are comparing us here, the Italy or Austrian or German areas. So, but still, we may say so that roughly the 15 years by now, so the visits have been between 1.4, 1.8 million. So, and it is huge number, and we are a small country, and so this is like the global visit number we have. And of course, we have still the on-site a number of visits, but it is very, very low, of course. Mainly there are professors and students, but not the family historians, not anymore. They all are using the online content. And also, vice versa, we also have taken our inquiries worldwide on digital based only. So that if there is one or another visitor just trying to give us something on paper, of course we accept this, but then we need some of our archivists just to insert all the data. But so when we turned to the digital shift in our client service, and it also occurred already 2009, 2010, then of course we were very much afraid of what's happened, and we were very supportive. So, and now we may say that almost throughout this 15 years, we are there, that everybody is using us on digital way only, and also we are taking the inquiries on digitally only. So
this information is in digital form. It's coming more popular.
Yes,
So
and
really
the next step is
happening.
AI. And so as Dominic pointed out, there are very many threats, of course, that this is the everyday work we are now facing. And of course, as you also gave a very, very good examples earlier, and I also just last week happened to have one of the question from a very renowned Estonian historian who asked some very specific question from AI as one of the court issues, and the AI produces a very fluent answer. Yes, there must be a very specific fund, or let's say archives, locating at the National Archives, giving also the number. But of course, when our archivists started to follow this, it was totally false. It was during the 1960s and 1970s, there were that kind of fund existed, but actually not connected to the courts and not connected to this case. So I'm trying to say that we have to do a more job in very close future, just to testify that there can be millions of answers that we can have via AI produced information. And now we archivists have to be those reliable persons to also say, no, the AI says something wrong, but trust us, because we know a little bit better the background, perhaps it will change. So, but there are threats, but we all are facing them, and we all have to live in this world. So.
Because climate. That's possible.
Okay, the last question coming from here somewhere, or if not, then I would like to thank you all for these 2 sessions, and for the keynote for Professor Dominik Stutzmann, helping us here today and broadening our sight toward the archival studies and the everyday life at the archives with the AI. So we all have to think about it very carefully, but also live with it. So, and we will end up this session. We are going to have a reception back there in the registration room, but perhaps Andrea, you would like to tell us where to meet tomorrow for the parallel session, because the main sessions are still here in this room. So
exactly. Thank you. So thank you everybody for this first day, which was so exciting and interesting. We had a lot of points of view and a lot of suggestions for tonight. So tomorrow we will start here with the main session, and the parallel session, the workshop with the DDIP presentation, Monasterium and Matricola, is just in front of the entrance. So you enter in the archive from the main door. Just in front of you, there will be another room for the workshop, and so we can close also and thank all the participants from online, remotely connected. And now we go to the dinner and to stay together. Thank you.